We're in session in County Court at Law Number 2, Jefferson County, Texas. Judge Terrence Holmes presiding. First case is cause number 327-830. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Joseph Darrell Tardy. Is that your full name? How are you doing, Mr. Tardy? You're doing good? That's good. Now, Mr. Tardy, you're here represented by your attorney, Ms. Margaret Provo. Ms. Provo, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Your Honor.
Ms. Provo, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Tardy's case?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to put this on the announcement docket, and we just got an offer this morning.
So you just received your offer this morning?
Yes.
Okay, how much time do you need?
30 days.
Okay, could you give us a reset? Okay, case is reset to November 8th. Ms. Provo, you can get your reset. Once you get your reset, Mr. Tardy, from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Stand over there and sign the reset. I thought you had another one.
Yeah,
didn't you?
Mr. West.
Well, she's not here. I mean,
Mr. Heath.
yeah, he's not here. I mean, you can't be excused until, if he arrives, we need to know what your announcement is. Margaret, you could, I guess.
I don't know. Keeping it on the announcement document.
A lot of folks not here. Mr. Bailey, would you please call Tara McInnes?
She's present.
Yes. We're in session in cause number 327-756, case of South State of Texas versus Tara Ann McInnes. Ms. Mc, how are you doing?
I'm awake. I'm good.
That's good. Now, Ms. McInnes, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Kevin Lane. Mr. Lane, how are you doing?
Fine, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lane, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Ms. McInnes' case?
Your Honor, we've received
Oh,
all
cases?
discovery.
Yeah.
We've watched the videos, we've received an offer, and we're rejecting that offer.
Okay.
and want to place it on the trial.
Okay. Could you give us a trial date?
January 17th, 2022.
January 17, 2022. Ms. Max Ennis, your cases in clause number 327-756 and clause number 327-758 will be placed on the court's trial docket for January 17 of 2022. You can get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Lane, this is the only cases that you
I
have?
believe it is. Your
Okay,
Honor.
you'll be free to go as well. You have a
Thank you
blessed
so
day.
much.
You're welcome. Mr. LeBlanc, you signing your client up? Which, you signing your client up? Okay, we'll hold on you. What we have, okay. Tom Kelly, you working yours out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Just have to go to the trial docket. Bruce Gregory. Mr. Bailiff, will you please call Luis Rodriguez? Mr. Gregory? Luis Rodriguez? Is that, okay, he's going to get your client. You can come on up. Yeah, he's coming. Dan, you're the prosecutor and that's it.
Julie is.
Oh. This is Luis Alberto Rodriguez. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Rodriguez, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Bruce Gregory. Mr. Gregory, how you doing?
I'm fine, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. What is your announcement? His case is on the trial docket.
Well, we need to get a trial set in, Your Honor.
Okay, it's set for trial today. You're announcing ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. State?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're gonna need a translator. I believe we can get one of our local
Well,
folks
okay.
to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we could get a translator. What do you speak Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. If
Oh,
we,
it's actually for the, he speaks good English.
oh,
It's for the victim.
the victim. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. All right. So I'll just have your set as announced ready. What we do is on our trial dockets, we don't actually pick a jury until Tuesday at 1:30. Okay, because we have to get our jurors from the felony courts who's picking their juries right now. And so whoever they have left, we get those on for the next day. And so right now, tentatively, we'll have you scheduled to come back at 1:30 on tomorrow, unless you hear something different from the court.
Okay.
Okay, so you're excused, and y'all have a blessed day. All right. Let's see, Mr. Shillette. Mr. Bailey, could you please call Cheyenne McKnight? Wow, a lot of family violence cases. Okay, this is cause number 326344. Case of style of state of Texas versus Cheyenne Fate McKnight. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Ms. McKnight?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. McKnight. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Mel Shillander. Mr. Shillander, how are you doing?
Okay, Judge.
That's good. Now, Mr. Shillander, what is your announcement?
We're ready.
Ready? State?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Shillander, we're gonna ask that you and your client be back tomorrow at 1:30. We gotta, we'll set the trial order. We just have to see how the docket shakes out.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll let you know if you're going, if you're not going, we'll let you know, but tentatively, we have you set for tomorrow, 1:30, pick a jury.
Yes, sir.
So you and your client excuse.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Did, oh, that guy's in, okay. Mr. Macy,
Yes, Your Honor.
I see you have, is that Aguilar, Keyshawn Aguilar? That person is in jail?
As far as I know, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think that case is not This case is, I guess it was reset from the day it's set on, the felony cases are set on November 22nd of 2021. Do you want this, your misdemeanor to be set on those, on that day as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a holiday week. We on holiday? Oh, so we gotta give them the
That's
next,
the Monday before Thanksgiving, Judge.
you said that's the Monday before Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna put it the Monday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Hey, what's that date? Okay, set on the, reset to November 29th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is that your only case you have today with us?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay. Yes. Is Wes here?
Yes, he's here.
Would Sydney West?
Yes.
Okay, this is cause number 321826. Who's the prosecutor on this? Julie, Miss Maxey? This is Sydney West on the announcement docket. Now, this is cause number 321826, case of style of state of Texas versus Sydney Mayo West. How you doing, Mr. West? That's good. Mr. West, you're here represented by your attorney, Ms. Marvel Provo. Mr. Provo, you have an announcement that you would like to make in Mr. West's case?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. West has installed me to set the trial on the 25th of this month, and we would like to have the same.
You want to reset on October 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we will reset it October 25th, 2021. Mr. West, once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day.
You too.
And Ms. Provo, this is your last case?
No, I have one more.
You have one more? Okay. All right. You go ahead and sign the reset. Yes, I was trying to look for your name on the docket. I know it's not. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Thompson. And, let's see. Rogers.
It's all yours.
You have Thompson, Rogers, and who, do you have
And
Brennan?
Brandon Holmes.
You say Holland?
Holmes, uh-huh.
On the announcement. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bailiff, would you please get, you're gonna get James Thompson on the announcement. Oh, he's already in the courtroom? Okay. All three of them in the courtroom?
No, the rest of them are outside.
Okay. You're gonna get Taylor Rogers and Brennan Holland to come into the courtroom. Yeah. Brennan, Holland is on the announcement docket, page 3, second from the top. And, okay. Terrence Thomas, is that correct?
Yeah, it's Judy.
Who's the prosecutor?
Julie Max.
It's me, Judge.
Okay. Okay, we're in session in 3 cases. Cause number 326-500, cause number 326-526, cause number 330-238. All 3 cases are styled the state of Texas versus James Franklin Thompson. We have Mr. Thompson, present in the court, is that correct? Yes, sir. And Mr. Thompson, you're here represented by your attorney, Ms. Arnetta DeSetta. Arnella DeSetta, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Thompson, how are you doing? Okay, just hang in there. You'll get through it. And Ms. DeSetter, how are you doing?
Doing good, Judge.
That's good. Now, Ms. DeSetter, do you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Thompson cases?
Yes, Judge, we've spoken with the prosecutor and we need to continue working on the offer and we need to, we would like to ask for a reset so we can continue negotiating the offer.
How much time do you need?
If we can get a reset on 30 days for all 3 of these cases,
Oh,
we need to reach out to Mr. Ray Sharir. I believe my colleague had a conversation with him. So I know he's really busy, so that's why we're asking for 30 days.
okay, Mr. Thompson, your case is going to be reset 30 days, give your attorney an opportunity to finish the negotiation in your case. Mr. Setter, go sign that pad over there. And once you sign that pad, she'll be able to give you a reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay. All right. You can stand over there and get, yeah, okay. Well, no, we still got her. Taylor Rogers?
You didn't answer your own.
Taylor Rogers didn't answer?
He's at the end.
He's down the hall?
Yes, he's down the hall.
Okay, let's see. Let me get the next gentleman. Yes. Brendan Holland, you please come forward. Oh, okay. Okay, you can stand there. Why don't you go back out and make a call for that other gentleman who didn't, who made, yeah, the other person. You can come out, just stand on the X. Okay. We had him checked off earlier. Okay. Okay, this is cause number 328008, State of Texas versus Brennan Ryan Holland. Is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Holland? I'm doing fine, Mr. Holland. You're here with your attorney, Ms. Arnetta DeSella. Ms. DeSella, what is your announcement on Mr. Holland's case?
Yes, Judge, we've been in communication with the prosecutor, and we just need one more reset so that we can work this out. I was wondering if we can reset all these cases together.
And what was that date?
I believe it was December 6th. December 6th.
December 6th?
That's correct.
Okay. December 6th, 2021, reset. Okay. Has she signed that one yet? Oh, you did? Oh.
We should do the same today, it's underwriters. We close at 10. Oh, 10?
Allison, please put your mic on mute.
Sorry.
Yeah, Taylor Rogers didn't answer.
Let me go get him, because I know you here to talk to him. Did I be excused?
Yeah, yeah, she may be excused. Taylor Rogers. Yes. Okay. That person didn't answer. Keyshawn Ivory. Is Keyshawn Ivory here? Okay, Mr. Ivory. Call number 3222058, case style state of Texas versus Keyshawn Ivory. Mr. Ivory, how you doing? Okay, Ms. Provo, Ms. Ivory's case is on the course trial docket. What is your announcement?
We are entering into a pre-trial diversion program.
So he's in the pretrial diversion program?
Yes, Your Honor, we've approved it, and we're gonna, they have a signing both this Thursday for that, as well as 2 months from now. Ms. Provo is gonna discuss with her client whether or not the funds he needed, whether he need additional time to have the money.
So does he have a sign-up date?
No, December, yeah.
Is December?
December.
Okay, reset it in the second week of December. December 13th, you get your reset. You be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, Mr. Okay, we got, is that Mr. We got Haley Moore?
Yes, Your Honor. Moore's outside.
Okay, would you please go get Miss Haley Moore? It's on the trial docket. Ms. Moore, would you come forward? Okay, this is cause number 324373, cases filed state of Texas versus Haley Moore. Ms. Moore, how you doing? I'm doing fine. Ms. Moore, you here represented by your attorney, Mr. Tom Burbank. Mr. Burbank, how are you doing? Mr. Burbank, what is your announcement in Ms. Moore's case?
Your Honor, we are not ready at trial this time. The state has offered a pretrial diversion to take the program. We believe state and I that she may be a great candidate to do this, and I'd like the opportunity to get her signed up.
Okay, let's reset it second weekend in December. Okay, this case gonna be reset 12/13. Give the opportunity for the client to get in the pretrial diversion program. You can get your reset. Uh-huh. Yes, yeah, once you get your reset from you, you'll be, you have to sign it. Mr. Burbank, you gotta sign it. Okay. I think we got, let's see, the gentleman, Rogers.
Yes, Taylor Rogers, yeah.
Taylor Joseph Rogers. Okay, we're in record in clause number 326663, case of style of state of Texas versus Taylor Joseph Rogers. Mr. Rogers, how are you doing?
Good, sir.
That's good. Mr. Rogers, you're represented by Attorney DeSeta. Attorney DeSeta, what is your announcement in Mr. Rogers' case?
Yes, Judge, this case was transferred from CC3 to CC2. And so we'd like a reset for December 6th in order to the other cases so we can discuss this case further with the prosecutor.
Okay, the case will be reset to December 6th, 2021. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's not Charles Sullivan, huh? Sir, what's your name?
I'm Charles Sullivan.
You Charles Sullivan? Okay, okay, you represent,
Mr. Varner.
yes. Have him to come forward. Jolyn Burner on the pretrial conference docket. Is that name pronounced correctly? Jolyn? Is it
Yes.
Jolyn?
And we have a plea agreement.
Y'all have a plea agreement? I don't see his name on the tablet. Y'all doing the plea today? Oh,
Okay,
okay. So we'll hold on your case and give you opportunity to fill out the tablet.
okay.
All right.
Thank you. Judge, can we, the state ask for
Yes, hold on, let me see. Is it in Randy Johnson case? That's the case on the trial docket?
No, sir.
Okay,
It's in
hold on a minute. Get your other case. Is it Amanda Keenan?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, would you please call Amanda Keenan?
No, sir. She's out there.
I just told him to go get it. Who's the prosecutor on this one? Julie? Ms. Keenan, would you come forward? Okay. Just hold on a minute. We need to get our process. No, it's not. It's just on announcement. document. Okay. Okay, this is cause number 326446, case of Solid State of Texas versus Amanda Jo Keenan. Is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Ms. Keenan?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Keenan, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Peter Dahl. Mr. Dahl, how are you doing?
Pretty fair, Judge.
That's good. Mr. Dahl, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Ms. Keenan's case?
Yes, sir. The state is filing a JP case in Judge Collins Court. She, I've got the money to pay the fine and she's just sitting around, so I thought maybe she could be free to leave.
Okay, so that's being done. It's a JP reduction?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, how much time do you need to have it reset to? It's gonna be done in,
Today, I mean,
if you bring me a receipt this morning, if you go do it,
I'm,
okay,
as soon as I'm free with this court, I'm gonna go.
okay, so what we'll do, I'll just reset it for a week. But if, once you get the receipt, the case is gonna get dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give us a date. Yes.
10/11.
Okay, just reset to 10/11. Ms. Keenan, your case has been reset 10/11. It's my understanding that there's a JP reduction. Your attorney parent is gonna take care of that
Mhm.
at the proper JP court, and once that's, you'll be free to, you're free to go.
Okay.
Okay, you have a blessed day. Okay,
Yes, sir. No.
Pete. The court coordinator needs you. We got any pleas ready?
Yes, sir.
Could I?
We have one ready, Judge.
Okay, I need to see the paperwork so I can do it. I don't know either one of either, whoever you have first. Villegas? Okay. This is cause, he's here? Yes. This is cause number 328326. Case is style State of Texas versus Ronald Biggers Jr.
I'm getting it wrong.
Okay. Uh,
This is Mr. Byers, Your Honor.
Okay. Which one? At the bottom of page 2 on the pretrial conference, the last person. For the record, is your name Ronald Biggers Jr.? Mr. Biggers, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Biggers, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may put your hand down, Mr. Biggers. Mr. Biggers, how are you doing?
Okay.
You doing okay? Mr. Biggers, you're here, represented by your attorney, Mr. James Padgett. Mr. Padgett, how are you doing?
Doing well, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Padgett, do you waive a record in Mr. Biggers' case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Biggers, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about June 6th of 2020, while you are operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, prior to the commission of this offense, Mr. Biggers, the information alleges that you, Ronald Biggers, on May 1st of 2002, in County Court of Law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, and cause number 229020, that you was convicted of the misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated, and that offense became final prior to or before the commission of this offense. Is that true? Now, Mr. Biggers, to the offense of driving while intoxicated, second, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Guilty. Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you're guilty? Okay, Mr. Biggers, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishment. It's also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Biggers, there's a set of initials on a line, and then the initials are RB on the line. Next to a box says check guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of the same document, above the line that's titled defendant, there's a signature. Is that your signature? On the next document, which is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? He didn't sign this document. No sign right there. Okay. Mr. Villegas. I have before me a document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document? Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant? There are two boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal. Do you understand that? You have that discovery session. Mr. Biggs, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? Is this your signature above the line that is titled Defendant? Now, Mr. Biggs, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I've just mentioned, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you've advised in counsel, Mr. Vegas, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Vegas, your attorney, Mr. Paget has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Okay, Mr. Vegas, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
1 year, probated over 2 years,
Okay,
$1,000 fine, 100 hours community service,
okay,
a DWI education,
okay.
drug alcohol assessment, and interlock, and also 72 hours upfront jail time. Begin on, I believe, was it the 7th?
The 7th, 5 p.m.
October the 7th by about 6 p.m. Yeah,
By 6 p.m.
yeah, October 7th, you said?
Yes, Your Honor, this Thursday.
Okay. Huh? He said they had an interlock, they had an intervention program that was checked on the,
I'm sorry, just the education course and the drug and
the
alcohol.
interventionist might be like that repeat offenders. That's the repeat offender, which is that he's required to take.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
That is our understanding.
okay, so, right on there, so interlock. And intervention. Program. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bias, the state is offering that you serve 1 year in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you would not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail. This 1 year will be probated for 2 years, okay? Now, as a term and condition, your probation, you're required to pay, well, you're also required to pay a fine of $1,000, court costs of $422, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $1,422. Your probation fee that you're required to pay is $60 each month. You'll be required to pay a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You will also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education class and initial evaluation fee of $125. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments that you'll be required to pay in this case is $140 per month. Will you be able to pay the $140 per month? Probation fee, okay, you will. You will also be required to perform $100 of community service. Attend a DWI education class and then have a drug and alcohol assessment. You'll also be required to attend the DWI intervention. You'll be required to install the DWI interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. And you must serve 72 hours in the Jefferson County Jail as a condition of your probation. And that 72-hour jail time is to begin on October 7th of 2021 at 6 p.m. Now, you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms of probation. Mr. Biggs, do you understand the state's offer? And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Vegas, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Vegas, stand on the X next to your attorney, and you'll follow the directions of our clerk. And once you finish following the clerk's directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Swear that you've never been given the deferred adjudication or regulation for filing in this hearing, this any other date except for all of these.
Who
Swear
else
to
you?
swear nothing else is pending.
You have another, plea?
Mr. Rodriguez?
Okay,
You're gonna have to
Jesus
do on
Rodriguez.
this,
well, I was gonna, since she was up there, I was gonna,
Submitted it at the same time.
yeah, I see it on there. I just want to make sure
you're
since
gonna
she was
have to
here.
bring this sheet
Yes, Your
with
Honor.
you
At the
to
court's
the
pleasure.
jail, so that they'll let you in. You'll have to bring this sheet with this highlighted here, so that they'll let you in. They'll let you in without that sheet of paper, so. Okay. If you'll put your right hand in the blue square, hold it down. And go ahead and sign.
Mr. Bailiff, you can go ahead on and get, Jesus Rodriguez.
And Mr. Holmes.
We're in session and cause number 329-082. Case is style of State of Texas versus Jesus Manuel Rodriguez. We have Mr. Rodriguez present in court. Mr. Rodriguez, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Rodriguez, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. How you doing, Mr. Rodriguez? That's good. Mr. Rodriguez, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. James Badger. Mr. Badger, do you waive a record in Mr. Rodriguez's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about October 20 to 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Rodriguez, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. Rodriguez, how did you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you were guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishment. It's also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez, on page 2 of this document, there are a set of initials, JR, on the line next to a box that said guilty. Are these your initials?
Yes.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes.
On the next document, which is trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is that your signature on this document?
Yes.
Seems like this is different. Yeah, it is. They are different. Now, which is this your signature or you? And let me look on the next page, which is down here. Are these your initials or your signature?
That's my signature.
What's on the first page?
That was my initials.
I'm talking about it's here.
Oh, that's my,
You just printed it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just let him put his signature on here. We did it 2 different ways. Yeah, put your signature on that. How you normally sign your signature.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Rodriguez. Let's see. So those are your signature on page 3 of this document. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's see, this is the trial court certification. No, that's it. Okay. And on the defendant's trial court certification, defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document? And is this your signature?
Yes.
There are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Second box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez, I have before me another document. This document is titled the Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any
No
objections?
objections to stage 1, Your Honor.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you've advised in counsel, Mr. Rodriguez. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez, your attorney, Mr. Paget, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for 90 days, probated over 1 year, a $600 fine, 60 hours community service, DWI education, and drug and alcohol assessment.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $600 and court costs of $422, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $1,022. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You will pay a Jefferson County DWI education class and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea, and should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments that you'll have to pay for this probation is $170 per month. Mr. Rodriguez, will you be able to pay the $170 per month?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, you will also be required to pay, you'll be required to perform 60 hours of community service, attend the DWI education class, and have a drug and alcohol assessment. You also be required to perform the other standard terms and condition of probation. Mr. Rodriguez, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Rodriguez, please stand on the X next to your attorney. And once you, and follow the directions of our clerk, once you finish following the directions of the clerk, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day.
Your Honor, I have one more case on your docket. It's on Fouts, FOUTC.
So we'll call him after he's finished.
He's not out. He's not in.
You'll sign that white box right there, you won't be able to see. Is that your own name or just your initial?
My, you said, my signature?
Yeah, signature.
That's my signature. Cool.
That's your signature? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hell no.
Raise your right hand. You ready to remember before they give it the certification?
I'm not
or
certain what
information,
documents.
no, I understand that except for what it is. But it's where nothing else is pending.
False.
Okay, so.
I saw it, I know I saw it.
We need to go over there today.
Julie, do you have, False?
Yeah, Philip Fowles, he's on Zoom.
No, is he?
Yeah, he's on
Okay.
Zoom.
Okay, that's great, because I received a call from him the end of last week, and he's on.
Hold on, let me call the case. This is cause number 327-960. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Jaden Michael. This case is styled, let me read that. This is cause number 328-174. And the case is styled the state of Texas versus Philip James Fouts. Mr. Fouts, you could take your mic off of mute.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Fouts.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mr. Fouts, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. You doing all right?
Yes, we're doing fine. Now, thanks for asking. Mr. Fouts, you're here represented by your attorney who's in court, Mr. James Paget. And Mr. Paget, what is your announcement in Mr. Fouts' case?
Your Honor, we have an offer on the case and we're ready to move forward. I received a phone call from Mr. Fouts last week. He's on felony probation. This case is out of the same transaction. He's been required by his felony probation to complete an inpatient rehab program.
Oh,
He is zoomed
There?
from.
Okay.
The last I heard from him. Are you still in the facility, Mr. Fouts?
Yes, sir.
What is your outdate, Mr. Fouts? Have you been given that yet?
No, I haven't been given it. It's supposed to be 30 days, but it's further if needed. But more than likely, I'll be out in 30 days.
Okay, he was notified that it's a 30-day program. However, if
Okay.
at the end of 30 days, they feel like he needs more time, he may not. be
okay,
released.
let's do this here. Let's reset it for 45.
That's good. We do have an offer and we were ready to go forward on that today. It's just.
Okay, give us a reset date.
December 6th or the 13th.
The 13th would be great.
Okay, well, your case, Mr. Fouts, is going to be reset to December 13th of 2021. Your attorney will be giving you a reset date. Just stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Mr. Fouts, we'd like to encourage you to, hang in there in the program that you're in, put forth your best effort. And if
Yes,
you
sir.
do that, you'll reach the outcome that you desire to reach. Just
Good.
continue to continue to be patient. We're praying for you, and we are asking that you, we also trying to make sure that you understand that the program that you're in is for your own good, and just continue, as I said, put forth your best effort, and everything will work out, and you'll be to the place that you want to be in. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and you have, this will conclude your case. Your case is reset December 13th, 2021. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Paget, this is your last case. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go in, and you have a blessed day as well. All right. All right.
You too.
All right. Yeah, this concludes your case, Mr. Fouts. You have a blessed day. You're free to go.
All right. All right.
Mr. Freeze? Rosas, would you please call Chase Rosas?
Yeah, I had spoken with Mr. Boyd a few weeks ago on this one. I talked to my client. I think we have agreed. I just wanted to outline and make sure that the proposal is still the same. And I'm just agreeing.
Oh, so you need to get it right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's fine. Oh, we'll hold on it.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. Just let's see, Mr. Boudreaux. How many? We have next, who we have ready next? Either one, which one? Well, you have a, plea?
Ladonna Terrence.
Terran? Okay, would you please get, Terran, Ladata Terran?
She's president of courtroom.
Could we get the, could I get that judge in front of you?
It's a fine at this one.
So she playing on 9-0. And they dismissing the weapon case.
Yes.
Okay. We're in session in two cases. First case is cause number 322-962-2. Second case is cause number 322-990. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Ladata Toran. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Toran, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, you may put your hand down. How you doing, Mr. Toran?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Toran, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Tom Kelly. Mr. Kelly, how you doing?
I'm fine this morning, Judge. Thank you. How are
Yes,
you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Kelly, do you waive a record in Ms. Toran's case?
We do waive a record.
Ms. Toran, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about December 23rd of 2018, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of possession of marijuana. Ms. Toran, do you Ms. Toran, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Ms. Toran, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Yes.
Guilty? Now, Ms. Toran, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishments. Ms. Toran, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, Ms. Toran, there's a set of initials LT on the line next to a box that said guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, which is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are two boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, I also have before me a document that is titled the discovery certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, now prior to signing and initialing all of these documents that I've just mentioned to you, did your attorney, Mr. Kelly, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me, State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections, takes one.
Okay, no objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Kelly, you advising counsel, Ms. Toran.
I have, Judge.
Is there any evidence that she's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
There's not, Your Honor.
Ms. Toran, your attorney, Mr. Kelly, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Toran, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for $500 fine plus court costs, forfeiture of the weapon in cause number 322-962-2.
That's not
And Your
what's
Honor,
written on the plea.
I'm sorry?
That's not what's written on the plea.
She said that's not what is written on the
That's not
plea.
the clause number that's written.
It's 322-990.
Which is, I mean,
Oh, that's, you
it's
put
the same
the,
incident.
yeah, no, but what is she saying? Just change the number. You put the same number.
No, it's my fault. Your Honor has a motion to forfeit regarding that weapon
Okay,
and dismissal of cause number 322962-2.
okay. Okay. All right. In this case, cause number 322990, the state is offering that you pay a $500 fine plus court costs. The fine and court costs comes to a total, well, the court cost is $292. The total fine and court cost is $792. Ms. Toran, would you be able to pay the $792 today? Okay, so how much time do you need to pay it?
Less than a week.
Less than a week? Okay, well, what I can do, we can give her 1 week to pay it. If you can pay it in less than a week. Okay, so we're gonna have to, I guess, put a date on here for her to pay it. Because the date that I have here is today's date. You're not giving, are you giving any credit or anything for no jail time or anything? I'm just asking,
I mean,
okay.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Today, or we say it.
I mean, we don't have to necessarily, we could take the plea today because, I mean, pursuant to Article 42.15, Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, we can give a time to pay it. You don't have to just do it today. That's why you changed that. Okay, so I'm gonna give her, what's today is the 4th? Okay, she'll have until October 11th by 5 p.m. to pay it. Okay? And let's see, the state will be forfeiting the weapon. Gotta change that date on here too, that number. The state will be forfeiting the weapon in cause number 322962-2. And I have a motion to forfeit in my hand. And this motion states, now, Ms. Torrance, do you recognize this motion?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant? Prior to signing this document, did your attorney, Mr. Kelly, go over this document with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in this document?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Okay, Ms. Turan, I will grant the state motion to forfeit the weapon in cause number 322962-2. And the state will be dismissing cause number 322962-2. All right. Now, Ms. Turan, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Turan, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Here you go. All right, Ms. Turan, just stand on the X and follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following the directions of the clerk, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. We have this. Mr. Kelly, is this your last case?
It is, Your Honor, maybe excuse.
Yeah, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day.
You as well, Judge. Thank you.
Your Honor,
No,
I'm just
Patel.
on trial doctor. We can just call it and get it done. I'm supposed to be at Coons right now.
Oh, I thought you had done.
No, I'm waiting for you to call the.
Oh, I thought you had left. Let's see. Oh, that's the guy with the warrant. Right? Okay. Wimrick Drew. Would you please call Wimrick Drew?
If you put your right hand in the blue square and hold it down.
You might not even be hearing her. I called her.
Tell her where to pay.
He got a warrant out of felony court.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a motion to go to probation.
And then she has to bring her receipt back to the court.
Thank you.
Okay, this is cause number 324763, case of style of state of Texas versus Wimrick Drew. Wimrick Drew is scheduled to be in court at 9 a.m. for the court's trial docket. Wimrick Drew's name was called at about 9 a.m. by the court's bailiff. Wimrick Drew did not answer. Wimrick Drew has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 10:29. The bailiff has just called his name at or about 10:29 a.m. and he did not answer again. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Drew an opportunity to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will move for a bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted, and in cause number 324763, warrant shall be issued for the arrest of Wimrick Drew and his bond shall be forfeited. Do we have Patel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Did I? It's not. The paperwork's not together? I thought I just put it all on top. Did you have this? I thought whatever you had, I gave it. Yes. Sharag Patel? Would you go get Sharag Patel? Yes. Say it's a cash bond.
Yes.
Is this a reckless driver? Yeah. Oh, they didn't check the box. We're in session in cause number 326830. The case is style of state of Texas versus Sharag R. Patel. We have Mr. Patel present in court. Mr. Patel, is that your full name? Mr. Patel, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Patel, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? You may put your hand down. Mr. Patel, how are you doing? Okay, I think we've met basically via Zoom, and we understand that your medical condition is good to see you, and it's good to see you healthy. Okay, and we gonna ask that we still praying that you continue to be able to overcome the battle that you're fighting. Okay, now, Mr. Patel, you're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Mr. Todd LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc, how are you doing?
Good, Judge. Thanks for asking.
Okay, now, Mr. LeBlanc, Mr. Patel, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Patel, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you may put your hand down. Mr. LeBlanc, do you waive a record in Mr. Patel's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Patel, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about May 25th of 2020, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class B misdemeanor offense of reckless driving. Mr. Patel, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest. Now, you're pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Okay, now, Mr. Patel, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishment. Now, Mr. Patel, let's do this here. On page 1, you'll notice, you'll see some initials here those are my initials, TLH. And the reason why I did that is because even though this is a Class B misdemeanor, the range of punishment for this particular Class B misdemeanor is different from other Class B misdemeanors in that the range of punishment is confinement in jail for a term not to exceed 30 days, a fine not to exceed $200 or both such fine and confinement. Do you understand that? Now, Mr. Patel, are you a U.S. citizen? Okay. Mr. Patel, on page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials, CRP, on the line next to a box that's titled "No Contingent," which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled "Defendant." Did you place your signature above this line? And on the next document, which is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? Is that your signature above the line that's titled "Defendant"? 2 boxes are checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal. Do you understand that? And do you have a discovery certification?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Patel, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is that your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Patel, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I have just mentioned, did your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1, the misdemeanor plea admonishment. State, you like to also offer State's Exhibit number 2, the probable cause affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, no objections. State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. LeBlanc, you've advised in counsel, Mr. Patel, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Mr. Patel, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Patel, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
It's a $200 fine plus court costs.
Okay. Mr. Patel, the state is offering that you pay a fine of $200 and you also be required to pay court costs in this case of $337. which comes to a total of $537. Mr. Patel, would you be able to pay the fine and court costs of $537 today?
Judge, I believe that he also has credit for 1 day.
Oh, he didn't mention it. Okay. He's getting 1 day credit, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me start all over on this. Okay, Mr. Patel, the state is offering that you pay a fine of $200 plus court costs of $337. That comes to a total of $537. The state also will be giving you credit for 1 day. And that needs to go in this judgment, huh?
No, it's on the commitment.
I was saying, it says defendant is given credit, it says 0 days. It's kind of like they're contradicting each other. Okay, you'll be given credit for 1 day. Yeah, because it here says here that credit will be applied to the sentence. Just put the 1 day in the judgment too. So now, Mr. Patel, because you'll be giving me credit for 1 day, 1 day credit is equivalent to $100 that will be subtracted from your fine and court costs. So your total fine and court cost is $537 minus $100, which comes to a total of $437. Now, will you be able to pay the total of the total fine of $437 today? All right, Mr. Patel, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Patel, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Patel, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. You're gonna follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following those directions, you'll be free to go. And again, Mr. Patel, we're still praying that you continue to recover from your illness. And once you leave here, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
If you write them in the square and hold it down. Write them in the blue square and hold it down.
Okay. Okay.
Sheriff's Department after you get this cash bond. You can get his cash bond. That's at the Sheriff's Department. And then they need to bring his receipt back to the court. So, county clerk and then sheriff
88.
for his cash bond.
88. Okay, court is in session in clause number 327-888 and clause number 327-960. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Jaden Joseph. Okay. Oh, it's not ready?
Well, I'm sorry, he filled out 960 is gonna be dismissed.
Oh, that's not written on. That's what I was waiting to find out.
I'm
That's not
sorry.
written. That's okay. I just didn't know.
That was gonna be dismissed to consider.
Can I go ahead and get started on it? Okay. Okay, we're in session in clause number 327-888, clause number 327-960. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Jaden Michael Joseph. Mr. Joseph, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna read that to him at the end. Mr. Joseph, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Joseph, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Mr. Joseph, you may put your hand down. Mr. Joseph, I have before me an information that alleges in cause number 327888 that you committed the class A misdemeanor offense of unlawful carrying a weapon. It says plain view. And its information alleges that on or about September 25th of 2020, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the offense of unlawful carrying a weapon in plain view. Mr. Joseph, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to discharge, Mr. Joseph, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? You have to speak up. Okay, Mr. Joseph, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishment. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Joseph? You have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
And on page 2 of this same document, are these your initials?
Yes, sir.
And on page 3 of this document, Mr. Joseph, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, Mr. Joseph, which is titled Trial Court Certification to Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving or giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that? Do you have the discovery certification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Joseph, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Mr. Joseph, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Joseph, prior to signing and initialing the documents, all these documents that I have just mentioned, did your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. LeBlanc, you've advised and counseled Mr. Joseph in his cases. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Mr. Joseph, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Joseph, I will accept your plea of guilty, and I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your pleas and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do you have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
It's 60 days jail, probated over 6 months, $500 fine, 20 hours community service. And in consideration for pleading in this cause number, we're also going to dismiss cause number 327960. And there will be a forfeiture of the weapon in that case.
Weapon and,
327960.
where's the forfeit, where's the motion? You have the inventory on this one? 327960. Is this it? Okay. You print it off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hadn't printed yet. Okay, let me do this here. Mr. Joseph, the state is offering that you serve 60 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve 60 days in Jefferson County Jail in this case because you will be placed on probation for 6 months. During the 6-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $307, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $807. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, and your total monthly installments, well, no, you'll also be required to pay the court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. Now, your total monthly installments that you'll be required to pay in this case is $290 per month. Mr. Joseph, will you be able to pay the $290?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, you'll also be required to perform 20 hours of community service. The state will dismiss cause number 327960, and the weapon in that case, cause number 327960, will be forfeited. I have a copy of the motion to forfeit in my hand. Mr. Joseph, do you recognize this motion? And is that your signature on the line that says, that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to signing and initialing this motion, did your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, go over this motion with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in this motion?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in this motion true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, okay. Okay, that motion to forfeit will be granted. I've already signed it. And Mr. Joseph, you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Mr. Joseph, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, I'll follow the pre-bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Joseph, your attorney handed you a document that is titled Model Written Admonishment of Ineligibility to Possess Firearm or Ammunition. And in accordance, and I will go over this document with you. Okay, I will go over this document with you. In accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Section 176.1, The court hereby admonishes you of the following. Number one, you are by entry of order or judgment ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code Section 46.013A, firearms mean any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion of a burning substance or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have as an integral part a folding knife blade or other characteristics of weapons made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or carry firearm manufactured before 1899, or two, a replica of an antique or carry firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if the replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are a starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.292, Magistrate's Orders for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 42.0131, Notice of persons convicted of misdemeanors involving family violence. Penal Code Section 46.02, Unlawful carrying weapons. Penal Code Section 46.04, Unlawful possession of firearm. Penal Code Section 25.07, violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking case. Family Code Section 85.026, warning on protective orders. Now, Mr. Joseph, that written admonishment, you can keep it for your own records. This will conclude your case. Stand on the X in front of your attorney, next to your attorney, and then you're gonna follow the directions of our clerk, and once you finish following the clerk's directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Sign that black box right next to it, and you're not gonna be able to see it.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Let's see.
Raise your right hand. Where you have recorded the first adjudication of a or felony or misdemeanor or any other state. The only other charge you have is this.
Yeah, okay. Let me do that dismissal.
You need to go to probation this morning. These are your documents, and the directions are on the top.
And you can stand over there so you can get his resets. Stand in front of the court coordinator on the next X. Yeah, hold on, I'm trying to sign some documents. That dismissal is coming off right now. Okay. You got that? Okay, let me get back in this document. That door is, yeah. Yeah, Varner,
Yes, sir. I'm Charles Sullivan. I represent Mr. Varner.
you have his
We have
paper-
the paperwork.
you have his paperwork ready?
done.
Okay, would you,
Oh, Mr. Varner.
who's the prosecutor on Burner?
It's me, Your Honor.
What is this? We're in session at cause number 326-464. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Jolyn Glenn Burner. Mr. Burner, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Burner, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Mr. Burner, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Burner?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. Mr. Burner, you're here represented by your attorney Charles Sullivan. Attorney Sullivan, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Sullivan, do you waive a record in this case?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burner, I have before me an information that alleges that on or about May 31st of 2019, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of possession of marijuana. Mr. Burner, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Burner, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you do not wish to fight? Well, let me strike that. I was getting ready to recite the no contest in the script. Okay, now, Mr. Burner, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And on page 2 of the same document, Mr. Burner, there are 2 sets of initials. I guess one is your attorney and the other is your initials.
Yes, sir.
On the line next to a box that says check guilty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, which is the trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Burner, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Burner, prior to signing and initially in all of these documents that I have just mentioned, Attorney Sullivan go over these documents with you.
Yes, it is.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
No
Your Honor.
objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Sullivan, you've advised and counseled Mr. Burner. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor, he's competent.
Mr. Burner, your attorney, Mr. Sullivan, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Burner, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is for $250 fine plus court costs.
Okay, Mr. Burner, the state is offering that you pay a fine of $250 and the court cost in this case is $337. Well, the total fine and court costs comes to a total of $537. Mr. Burner, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me ask you this question. Mr. Burner, would you be able to pay the $537 today?
Once I get the cash bond.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Burner, let me ask you again, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Burner, I accept your plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Burner, you're gonna stand on the X next to your attorney. You're gonna follow the directions of our clerk. Once you finish following our directions, you'll be free to go to get your cash bond and pay your fine. And then once you get that, you just bring the receipt back up to the court.
Okay, thank you.
All
sir.
right, you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you have a
If I
blessed
may
day.
excuse-
Yes, you may be excused, Attorney Sullivan.
Just put you right down in the square now. Yes. This is the document you'll need on your first floor in the county clerk's office to get your cash on that, and then we'll bring you the first one to pay, today by 5 o'clock, and then you'll have to bring your receipt back to the court.
Chase Rosas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chase Rosas. Man, I know somebody. Here we go. Okay, we're in session in cause number 329002. The case is style of State of Texas versus Chase Aaron Rosas. Mr. Rosas, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rosas, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Rosas, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rosas, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Rosas?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Rosas, you're here represented by your attorney, Attorney Gordon Freeze. Mr. Freeze, how are you doing? That's good. Mr. Freeze, do you waive a record in Mr. Rosas' case? Okay. Mr. Rosas, the information alleges that on or about October 24th of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Rosas, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Rosas, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rosas, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor pre-admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Rosas, there's a set of initials on the line next to a box that said guilty. The initials are CR. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of the same document, Mr. Rosas, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, Mr. Rosas, which is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And we have the discovery certification. Mr. Rosas, I have before me another document that is titled discovery certification. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosas, prior to signing and initially these documents that I have just mentioned, did your attorney, Mr. Freeze, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir. He did.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me state's exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer states 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections? No objections. State's exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Attorney Freeze, you've advised in counsel, Mr. Rosas. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial? Okay. Mr. Rosas, your attorney, Mr. Freeze, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rosas, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargaining agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
1 year deferred adjudicated probation,
Hold on, 1 year deferred. Okay,
$500 fine,
500 plus court costs,
$60, 60 hours community service,
6 hours community service,
a DWI education course,
DWI.
drug and alcohol assessment, and interlock.
Let's see, the offense was after September 1 of 2019. Now, does he have a, does he have a commercial driver's license or just a regular driver's license? Regular, okay. And what was the blood alcohol concentration in this case?
.145, Your Honor.
Wow, he barely made it, okay.
Just under.
Well, I'm just saying with the statute, if you have a .15 or more, you can't get deferred. Okay, but he.
Thankfully, we're not rounding up.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Rosas, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During this 1 year probationary period, you're required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $407. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll also be required to pay the Jefferson County DWI Education Initiative Evaluation Fee on the day of the plea of $125. And should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. You'll also be required, now, Mr. Rosas, the total fine and court costs, or the total amount that you'd have to pay in monthly installments is $160. Would you be able to pay the $160 each month?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Rosas, you will also be required to pay or perform 60 hours of community service. You will be required to attend a DWI education class, and you'll have a drug and alcohol assessment. You have to install in a DWI interlock device on any vehicle that you own and operate. And you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of this probation. Mr. Rosas, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's it right there. And Mr. Rosas, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now pursuant to Article 42A.108, I must read you this. Said on violation of any condition of deferred adjudication community supervision imposed under Article 42A.104, that you may be arrested and detained as providing Article 42A.751. And you're entitled to a hearing limited to the determination of the by the court on whether the court will proceed with an adjudication of guilt on the original charge. And the court may not receive an adjudication of guilt on the original charge if the court finds that the only evidence supporting the alleged violation of a condition of deferred adjudication of community supervision is an uncorroborated result of a polygraph examination. The determination to receive an adjudication of guilt on the original charge is reviewable in the same manner as a revocation hearing introduced under Article 42A.751B in a case in which the adjudication of guilt was deferred, and under Article 42A.110, proceeding after adjudication of guilt, all proceedings, including assessment of punishment, pronouncement of sentence, granted community supervision, and the defendant appeal continues as if the adjudication of guilt have not been deferred. And so, Mr. Rosas, the court is going to defer a finding of guilt, places you on probation as stated in the plea bargaining agreement. And Mr. Rosas, if you successfully complete the probationary period, your case will be dismissed. You may qualify for non-disclosure, and you can talk to your attorney about a non-disclosure. He's quite competent on those matters. You can stand on the X next to your attorney and follow the directions of our court coordinator, our court clerk. And once you finish following the directions of our court clerk, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Freeze, nice seeing you. You'll be free to go as well, and you have a blessed day. Okay, here we go. Let's see who we got.
Good morning, Judge. We just have a quick announcement on one of my cases, if we could please let you know.
What that?
It's on
322533, Your Honor. He said on the trial docket.
322-533. Okay.
Weldon Turner.
Weldon Turner. Your Honor, I had e-filed a blood discovery order in June.
Oh.
And,
so you need to,
and I just need you to sign it so we can get that
I thought I
discovery.
signed that.
No, remember I tried to give it to you in court and you want me to
Yeah,
e-file it?
I thought I had signed it. I thought it came over.
Check again. It didn't show. It showed that it wasn't signed.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see where it's signed, but if
I thought I
as
had
soon as
signed
that's
it. Okay.
signed, Your Honor, we can get that discovery done. And
Okay, so you need discovery. Okay.
yeah, and I'd ask that we reset it for about 3 months.
Just
because it takes
get
them a while to do
get the get with the court coordinator.
Thank you.
Probation directions there this morning.
Yeah, I thought I signed it.
Okay, well, we have it, what the state has.
Yeah, it was signed.
Okay.
Approach him.
Yes.
Ms. Madison's on trial docket.
Mr. He's resetting it. He got to get his blood discovered.
Yes.
You want to keep on trying that? Okay. Yeah. Do you have Matthew?
Matthews.
Is he here?
He went to go grab him.
Okay. Okay. Okay, this is cause number 321999. Case of style of state of Texas versus Lionel Matthews. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Matthews?
Fine, you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Matthews, you're represented by Attorney Charlie Rojas. Mr. Rojas, what's your announcement?
Judge, we're still ready for trial. However, Mr. Matthews is from the state. He's from Mississippi. He came in this morning just for this case. He is not prepared to stay for the rest of the week. We would have to reset to get to a special setting for a day that we are sure that this case is going to go to trial. And in the meantime, Ms. Maxson, I believe, is going to try to run down the witness. If she can't, there's a possibility it will be dismissed before the trial setting.
Is that correct? Okay, so how long a reset you need?
Whenever we get a special setting.
We can just get like a number one setting. Whatever the next, When are they setting cases for?
You talking about, okay, I think they setting them in January now.
Uh,
Yeah, he's coming from out of town too, isn't it?
I've
So,
been coming from out of town for almost 3 years now.
well, okay, we had COVID for 2 years, so
I mean,
I can understand that. Yeah.
Never in-
Just January work, it's actually probably better for Mr. Matthews.
January, okay, you can get your reset and we'll get your case taken care of. And Mr. Matthews, you have a safe trip. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. All right.
You want me to approach?
Yeah, hold on, I'm trying, I need to get some of these folks off of Zoom.
Yes,
Let me
I-
get,
I have one on Zoom.
yeah, let me do this. Okay, let me, Gertz on Zoom. Mr. Gertz, you have a Portier?
Yes, Judge, he should be present.
Yeah, he's on Zoom.
but we're-
Mr. Portier, you can take your mic off of mute. I think he's still on mute. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Mr. Portier, how you doing? Thanks for being patient with us.
Doing good.
Okay, Mr. Gertz, you have an announcement you'd like to make, and Mr.
Judge, we just got a new offer at the end of last week from the state that I've not had a chance to sit down with him and go through. So I would ask for one additional resetting on this because it may change our tenor from trial to a plea based on the new offer. So I know we're on the trial docket today, or at least my understanding was this was on the trial list.
Right.
But if I could get one additional resetting, I think
Now
we may
you
be able
want
to
it
get it resolved.
reset? Okay, then do you need it reset for keeping it on the trial docket?
My realistic, just so I'm not clogging up your trial docket, is if you have a review docket or a pretrial docket, maybe put it on that.
Give us the pre-trial conference. Standard. Okay, we could put it on November 29th.
Yeah, that's
Is
great,
that-
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we're gonna move Mr. Portier on the November 29th. Mr. Portier, Mr. Portier, stay in contact with your attorney. Your case is reset to November 29th on the court pretrial conference docket. You're free to go. Again, thanks for being patient with us, and you have a blessed day. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we got.
Judge, I had a couple other ones.
Okay. Hertz.
Mr. Stelly may be there in person, Judge. He's on your list, but his felony got moved.
Okay, I'm looking for and see where he's set. Gertz.
It would just be on an announcement docket.
Hmm?
It's pretty new.
He said it's on an announcement docket. You said a Michael Hall, what page? Okay, page 3, you have a Michael Hall. Would you please get Michael Hall and see if Alex Stelly is there? Michael Hall, would you please come forward? This is cause number 328100, case of style of state of Texas versus Michael Hall. Mr. Hall, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
That's good. Mr. Hall, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Ryan Gertz, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Gertz, what's your announcement in Mr. Hall's case?
Judge, I think we're waiting on a response from Mr. Knaut about pretrial diversion. I don't think I've seen that. And so I would ask for maybe a 30-day resetting. I feel like Mr. Hall ought to be eligible, at least in theory. And so we've requested it a little while ago, but I haven't seen anything. But it's also.
Your Honor, in there, so I'm sure he's still looking at that.
Reviewing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me do this. Let's reset him second week of December. So if he gets in, you'd be, sign up.
That's great,
Give us
Judge. Thank you.
Okay, it's gonna be reset December 13th of 2021. Mr. Hall, you can get your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. And I don't think Stelly answered, Alex Stelly has not.
And Judge,
answered.
there may have been some confusion because I'm not there. So he was there first thing this morning in person in Judge West's court, and his
Okay, could
case
you,
was reset.
Okay, cool. Let me do this here. You see if you get in contact with him. He can appear by Zoom or in person. I mean, or person or by telephone, and whatever, you know. If you can get in contact with him, we just need to have, you know, make an appearance either in one of those three ways. Okay.
Yes, Judge. Let me if you give me just a minute, I'll let me see if I can get him brought in.
Okay,
So,
we'll do that.
thank you, Judge. I'll stay on until we got that resolved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Emmett Young is on Zoom.
Yes.
Mr. Galmore.
Yes.
Okay, this is cause number 326266. Mr. Young, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for being patient with us. Mr. Galmore, what's your announcement?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Young has warrants. We just found out this morning. We didn't know until we got here, or at least I didn't know until I got here. They're cases that were filed last month. I believe the court may have been provided the probable cause affidavits on them.
I don't know. I hadn't.
Don't have them. We had them drawn to the back. We were going to ask the court if the court would entertain setting bonds on those because he wants to go turn himself in.
Well, we don't do preset bonds. He has to turn himself in first, and then he is entitled to bond within 24 hours after being arrested.
Right. So then what we're going to ask the court to do is just reset this case, and we need to take care.
You're not going to get reset with a warrant out.
So, well, I mean, I don't.
You got a warrant out. We can
Right.
go.
He needs to go to jail.
Right. He can turn himself in the jail.
That's
Right.
what we're asking the court to do. I mean, that's what we're going to do on the new cases.
I
didn't
mean,
have a
he,
warrant.
okay,
He didn't
I
have a
know,
warrant.
but he's turned himself in today.
I haven't talked to him yet as far as where he's even at. I don't know if he's in Beaumont or if he's out
Well,
of town.
But you know, I mean, he has to normally, I mean, if he had a warrant out, I mean, he actually, of course, policy is he normally has to appear in person. He doesn't appear by Zoom on, he got a warrant out.
We didn't know.
Yeah, we're not gonna assist nobody in avoiding capture.
Right, but
Okay.
he's not trying to avoid capture. We
Okay.
didn't know he had a warrant
Okay.
until now.
Yeah, but he needs to, we can't reset the case. Case, he got to turn himself in. Once he turns himself in, the court will set a bond in his case.
Okay.
Okay.
Just make sure that, I mean, he obviously he's on Zoom, so the court's not gonna revoke this bond.
Well, he needs to turn himself in. I mean, we weren't aware that. Oh, it is on this docket. Yeah. It is on the docket that he had a warrant.
But he wasn't aware. I just
Yeah.
told him about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, he has to,
Okay.
he got some new cases that was filed, so he needs to.
We'll start working on that, Judge. As soon as he gets
Yeah.
turned in, I'll approach the court for bonds. Once he's in jail.
Okay, well, he needs to turn his, yeah, he needs to turn himself in.
That'll be the next step.
I'll say ASAP.
Yes, we will work on it right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
That's the only thing you have today?
That's all I've got.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Young, stay in contact with your attorney. I see you have a concerned look on your face, but you can call your attorney, Mr. Galmore. He'll be able to fill you in on everything that's going on, okay?
Okay,
All right, so you're free, just stay in contact with your attorney.
will do.
All right. Mr. Reynolds. We have Mr. Reynolds. What page is what docket?
It's on the trial document.
Mr. Wester.
What page? What's the,
Page 2.
come on, page. Wester. Okay, Mr. Wester, would you please come forward? Okay, your full name is Matthew Wester?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Wester?
Very good.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for being patient with me. Mr. Wester, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Nathan Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Reynolds, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, what's your announcement? Mr. Rust is on the trial docket?
He is, Judge. There's a co-defendant that I thought was supposed to be set with him on the trial docket. And I understand that the co-defendant is set for a different time. And I don't know if the court wants to try these cases together or not, but we're announcing ready for trial, Judge.
Ready? Okay, that's fine. Now, Mr. Wester, stay in contact with your attorney. Your case, he is announced ready. We go to trial on this case. We'll be picking a jury tomorrow at 1:30.
Okay, do I need to be here?
Yes, you need to be here unless your attorney, unless the court tells your attorney otherwise, and your attorney will tell you, but you need to be here at 1:30. Okay, and same to you, Mr. Reynolds. 1:30 tomorrow, we're scheduled to pick a jury. Mr. Reynolds, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, Judge.
Okay, you was kind of breaking up. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 1. We'll see both y'all tomorrow at 1:30. You free to go? And
Yes, sir. I have another case, Judge.
okay.
Richard Vasquez.
Okay, just hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, Richard Vasquez. Would you, Mr. Bailiff, would you please get Mr. Richard Vasquez?
Yeah, Judge, he had a felony case in the 252nd today also. It has been reset. And we're just asking this case be reset along with the felony.
Okay, let me ask you this here. He was supposed to appear. Well, actually, we have him here. I think he's here because I have him marked down.
Yeah, he is here, Judge, yes. But I would say he appeared this morning in the 252nd.
Yeah, why don't you come forward, Mr. Vasquez? You say they haven't? Now, your full name is Richard Edward Vasquez?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vasquez, we in session in clause numbers 328-720, clause number 329-186. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Richard Edward Vasquez. How are you doing, Mr. Vasquez?
Good.
That's good, Mr. Vasquez. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Nathan Reynolds, who is appearing via Zoom. And Mr. Vasquez, I see here that you also had a case set in the 252nd District Court this morning.
Yes, sir.
Did you take care of that case?
Yes, sir.
What was, did they reset the case?
Yes.
Judge, they're resetting his felony case, Judge.
Okay, yeah, but I was wondering if he had a date, because we looked in the computer, there wasn't a date in the computer.
I've not received a date yet from them.
Okay, so Mr. Vasquez, what we're going to do, Mr. Reynolds, we'll have to check the computers to see when they give him a date. Do you want this case or these cases set on the same date?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, we'll set them on the same date. Mr. Vasquez, your attorney will be sent a copy of your reset date. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. Okay.
And that's all I have, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I don't know, as soon as I get off of with Judge Holmes here.
Mr. Gertz, were you able to get in contact with your client?
Yes, Judge,
Oh, his
I
client is
apologize.
here.
So, yes,
Oh,
he was. Evidently, he stepped outside
Would you
or
come
stepped
on?
away, so he's present.
Okay, your full name is, okay, this is cause number 329-774. Case is filed in the state of Texas versus Alec Joel Stelly. Is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Stelly? I'm doing fine, Mr. Stelly. You're here represented by your attorney who is appearing via Zoom, Mr. Ryan Gertz. Mr. Gertz, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Stelly's case?
I do, Judge. We got his felony reset this morning. And I'd ask that this case just kind of track along with the felony. I don't know when the resetting is.
Oh, no, they say it's November 1st.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
we had a pretty short turnaround because we have an offer in the case that I think will be dispositive of this case were we to accept the offer, which I don't know whether we're going to do that or not.
Okay, Mrs. Stelly, your case is gonna be reset with your felony case. You can stand over on the far X in front of the court coordinator. She's gonna give you a reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. All right. And Mr. Gerst, this will conclude your cases. Is this correct?
I sure hope so, Judge. I never know though, you know. So I'm always worried you're going to be calling me later. So,
Okay.
all right.
If,
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Have a
You
great week.
blessed
See you
day.
later.
Mr. Boudreaux, did Mr. Pickney show up?
Yes, sir. We're trying to work something out.
Y'all working something out? Okay, we'll come back to him. And Mr. Let's see. Got Mr. Allison. No, sorry, at the bottom of the docket.
We're here on Ms. Johnson.
Hey, Judge, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm just trying to get to your case. Okay. Okay, Overstreet, she's on Zoom. Okay, when session and cause number 327698, case of style of state of Texas versus Dana Cheryl Overstreet. We have Miss Overstreet appearing on Zoom. Miss Overstreet, thank you for being patient with us.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Overstreet, how are you doing?
Quarantined with COVID.
Oh, we hope you have a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Overstreet, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Terrence Allison. Mr. Allison, how are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Allison, what is your announcement that you have to make on Ms. Overstreet's case?
We need this case put on a place on a plea docket, Judge.
Okay, give us a plea date. Okay, we just they're gonna reset it to November 29th of
Thank you.
2021. Ms. Overstreet, your attorney will be sent a copy of your reset date. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. This will conclude your case. Again, we ask that you have we're praying that you have a speedy recovery and you are free to go and you have a blessed day. And I thank Mr. Allison. Thank you, Mr. Allison. This is your only case. You're free to go.
Yes, sir.
And you have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Mr. Peter Doyle. Is it Randy Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Would you come forward? You can stand on the X, Ms. Johnson. We're in session in clause number 318262, State of Texas versus Randy Cachet Johnson. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah.
That's good, Ms. Johnson. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Peter Dahl. Mr. Dahl, how are you doing?
Pretty fair, dude. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Dahl, you have an announcement? Okay,
Yeah.
this says on our trial document. What is your announcement?
We're ready to go to trial as long as it's tomorrow. I mean,
Well, it said we set to pick a jury tomorrow.
okay.
Okay, state.
I'm sorry, it was my understanding that she wanted a new,
So,
it was my understanding that she wanted a new attorney.
she changed the name.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the offense date's February the 14th, 2018.
It says February 24th.
You're talking about, I just have to look at the information.
Well, it's February 24th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, Ms. Johnson, you will have you back. You need to be back tomorrow with your attorney at 1:30 for we set to pick a jury. All right, y'all free to go until 1:30 tomorrow. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Joe.
All right. And let's see, Mr. Boudreaux is working something out. We have Mr. Dole did his. That was Attorney Samuel. He was here early. Is Alvin still around? Okay. Mr. Jason Dahl, your attorney, Mr. Samuel, has been here. He may be out in the hall. We have the bailiff, we're going to check, going to look for him. Okay, just be a little patient with us. And let's see, we have, is that Court Shepherd? He may be in another court. Just check with, you can call his office if he, let's see if they can contact him. What, docket, okay. Let me do this. Find that. Okay, this is cause number 3244425, State of Texas versus Courtney Corrine Quibido. We have Mr. Quibido appearing via Zoom. Ms. Quibido, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
That's good. Ms. Quibido, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Jared Gilthorpe. Mr. Gilthorpe, how are you doing?
Doing well.
It's good. Ms. Gilthorpe, Ms. Courtney Quibido's case is on the court's trial docket. What is your announcement?
Ms. Kibido is not present. Her son is tested positive for
Oh.
COVID.
Okay.
And so she's at home with her.
And she quarantined?
Yes, Judge, which is why I got her to jump on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Quibido, your case is going to.
Your Honor, the only thing the state would request the proof on that, just because Ms. Quibido gave 5 different reasons as to she couldn't go to jail on the day that she was arrested, and they were all kind of out there.
Well, I mean, right now, she said if she's at home quarantined with a child, obviously. I mean, you want proof that a child has COVID? That's what you're asking?
Well, that would you normally do on the ones that are the.
I mean.
She's never missed court. Judge.
Yeah.
This is not our first setting. We've been here a lot.
Yeah.
It's not a new case. She's never missed before. She's been here in this courtroom many times.
I mean, we can specially set her next month. We got a trial docket next month. Just put her as a number 1 for our first November trial docket. Just set her on there, number 1. Do the 8th. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna reset it November 8th, number 1. All right.
Okay. I have 2 other cases on here.
Okay, just hold on a minute. Ms. Quibido, stay in contact with your attorney. Your case is being reset to November 8th of 2021. We're praying that your son has a speedy recovery. And also that we are praying that you stay safe as well from this virus. Now, this will conclude your case. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman, and you'll be free to go. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because I have a plea.
Okay, okay. Okay. I mean. Okay,
I'm ready.
would you get
It's,
Janesha Marie Cormier?
Actually, Judge, can you please send that back to me so I can delete it? That's
They
gonna
have to send that back.
That's gonna be a delete, that's gonna be a dismissal restitution.
I think the district attorney has to, they have to send it back to you.
And then I have another case that's.
Well, you don't have to be sent. It's just not gonna be, it's just gonna go away because we're not gonna do anything with it.
I have another lady.
No, I'm still talking about Cormier.
Oh, okay. No, she's gonna get the money order right now.
Okay, so we'll just hold on that.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then,
Do you have a Lewis? Is that Curtis Lewis?
apparently he's not on your docket for the day.
I'm looking at it on my docket.
Which one? We got the docket.
Curtis Marvin Lewis, he's the last person on page 1 on the trial docket.
Oh, he's down there. Okay. I didn't, can you call and see if he's outside? 'Cause I called him. I didn't see him.
Yeah. Okay. I got it.
And then the one I have
Okay.
ready right now.
Okay, just hold on a minute. Let's see. I'm trying to look.
She's ready.
Okay. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, we're on the record in cause number 325273, State of Texas versus Eric Jose Garcia Marino. Is that your full name? Okay. Now, Mr. Gilthorpe, what is your announcement in Mr. Marino's case?
Judge, at this point, we'd ask for a little more time. We applied for pretrial diversion. We don't have a response on it yet.
Yeah,
And if he's not accepted in the pretrial diversion, it will be a plea.
Okay. State, you have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna reset. So pretrial diversion, we're gonna anticipate that if he gets in, it's gonna be in December. So we're gonna reset him to the second week of December.
That'll work, Judge. Thank you.
Give us a reset date. It's gonna be reset December 13th, 2021.
And Your Honor,
That should-
like Mr. Gilson, could it be on a plea docket for that?
It's a plea
Okay,
docket.
Thank you.
That'll work.
Yeah. Okay, we got Mr., is that Luciano Richard?
We ready.
Oh. Three, two, six, 284. 326. We're in session in clause number 326284, case and style, the state of Texas versus Luciano Richard. How you doing, Ms. Richard?
Fine, you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Richard, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Richard, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Ms. Richard, you may put your hand down. Ms. Richard, you are represented here by your attorney, Mr. Langston Adams. Mr. Adams, how are you doing?
Doing well.
That's good. Also, actually, Ms. Richard, you also have another case, which is cause number 326558. Now, let's see, let me do this again. Now, Ms. Richard, do you swear, raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Now, Ms. Rod, in cause number 326284, I have before me an information which alleges that on or about March 8 of 2020, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of communication harassment. Ms. Richard, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, how you plead guilty, not guilty, no contest? Now, you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Richard, I have before me a document that is titled the misdemeanor plea admonishments, State's Exhibit number 1. And this one I want to erase. Okay. And also on this document, I just checked off a box that says that this is a Class B misdemeanor. The range of punishment for Class B misdemeanors is a person could be sentenced to confinement in jail for a term not to exceed 180 days and a fine not to exceed $2,000. Or you could be given both such fine and confinement. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And on page 2 of this document, there's a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked no contender, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document, LR?
Yes, sir.
And on the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Ms. Richard, is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
There's 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second box states that you're waiving, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Also, I have before me, Ms. Richard, a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Richard, prior to signing and initialing these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. the misdemeanor plea admonished for state. You also like to offer state's exhibit number 2, the probable cause affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, no objection.
No objections. State's exhibits number 1 and 2 are admitted. Mr. Adams, you've advised and counseled your client, Ms. Rashard. Is there any evidence that she is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
There's no evidence that she's incompetent.
Okay, and Ms. Rashard, your attorney, Mr. Adams, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Rashard, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of no contest and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt state. Do we have a plea bargaining agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for 1 year deferred probation, a $500 fine, 40 hours community service, no contact with Brianne Guillory, and the dismissal of cause number 326558.
Dismiss. 326558. Okay, Ms. Richard, the state is offering that you be placed on deferred adjudicated probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 and court costs of $337, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $837. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month, and reimburse the court-appointed attorney's fees to Jefferson County in the amount of $250. Your total monthly installments that you'll be required to pay for this case is $180 a month. Ms. Richard, will you be able to pay the $180 per month?
Yes, sir, but like, could it be in payments? Like, you know, broke down in payments?
It's listen what I'm saying. The payments that you'll be required to pay per month is $180 per month.
Okay.
Would you be able to pay the $180 each month? That's my question.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Okay.
she's not I'm court appointed on the case.
I
So by
understand.
definition, she's indigent. And I was gonna ask Judge if you would do the lower.
Well, it all depends. I mean, she just said she can pay the $180 a month.
You been paid? Oh, well, she been paid?
Okay. Now, Ms. Richard, you'll also be required, now I'm pronouncing it right, Richard or Richard?
It's Rashard.
Richard, okay. Ms. Richard, you'll also be required to perform 40 hours of community service. You cannot have any contact with Brianne Guillory, and cause number 326558 will be dismissed. Now, you also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Ms. Richard, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Richard, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you entered into with the state, Ms. Richard. If you successfully complete the probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not appear on your record as a conviction, and you may qualify for a non-disclosure. So the court actually is deferring a finding of guilt in your case and placing you on probation with for the plea bargaining agreement that you've entered into. And you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's fair and just?
Yes.
Do you accept it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you've entered into. Stand on the X next to the attorney and follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following in those directions, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. Adams, do you have another?
Yeah, I got 2 more cases and then,
Okay, I think the lady that just came back in, was that the one that was
yeah, she has.
previously on has it already been?
She has it right now. Miss Comier?
So that's gonna be,
That's dismissed for restitution. Now, she has the money right now payable to, I forgot the lady. Come on, Flash. Come on.
well, she has, what she paying that upstairs to the DA's office?
Yeah, she has it right now.
I know, but I mean, yeah, I can see it. Just, Miss Maxie, where is she supposed to pay it?
At the front desk upstairs.
So she just need to go,
Okay.
so I'd let them know.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can.
Yeah, just, I guess it's gonna be, once she pays that, it's gonna be dismissed.
Correct.
Okay, so she's just gonna go up there, you can pay it, you're gonna get your receipt, bring it back down here, and the case is gonna be dismissed. Is that correct, Ms. Maxey?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Once that's come back down, we wait to bring the receipt.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, you welcome.
And then I have two more, Judge.
Okay, hold. Okay, let's do this. Hmm? Oh, a dismissal, okay.
Mr. Adam, if you'll sign. Mr. Adam,
Hey,
if you'll sign.
oh,
You're gonna sign it with some ink.
yeah. You did that. Yeah.
Okay, who else? Let's
Okay.
see.
Chris Thomas.
Why don't you go ahead and get him in?
Can you please move Chris Thomas?
What about Curtis Lewis?
I'm good. Good luck.
That's all right. Unless it's a civil case.
We're in session in cause number 322116. Case is style of state of Texas versus Chris Leanne Thomas. Ms. Thomas, is that your full name? How you doing, Ms. Thomas? Okay. Mr. Adams, you have an announcement?
Yeah, this is a MTRP judge. To my understanding from talking with her.
At one time, she was in jail in Montgomery County, I sort of know. Okay.
Right, and she's completed. She has proof that she's completed everything in Montgomery County. I think we went up with 30 days, she said. I think she did 30 days. In
Okay.
Montgomery County.
So what are you doing in this case?
On this case, Judge, I ask that you continue her on supervision.
Oh, I mean, y'all have to, if y'all need some time to talk about, if the state got to make you an offer or something like that,
Well, I don't believe this is a MTRP. There's no.
oh, she said it is. Yeah.
Oh, it is?
CMTRP? Yeah, that's called court number 2, right?
Yeah, oh, well, it's not on my docket. So I didn't know.
Yeah.
It is, it's on the dock.
It's on the dock.
It got put on an announcement. I think, for the NTRP.
Oh, usually there's a note here that says MTRP.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't say that, but. Y'all need some time to talk?
No, what you said, she mentioned something about felony with, oh,
There's not a, hold on a minute.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, they must, that's what Mr. Bailey, the warrant is, you have a warrant out of that case? Out of, for the felony.
okay, well, we felony, if that's Montgomery County, we taking care of that, right?
I don't know where, this drug court. It says drug court. Van Zandt is the attorney. Says she's at,
I got 4 years of probation with that.
Yeah, so that case disposed of.
I don't know. He can confirm.
I've already confirmed this.
Yeah.
And that's out of Judge Stevens' court.
Oh, it's out of Judge Stevens? Oh, okay, yeah, I see, no bond issued.
That's a
It was
MTRP.
just issued August 23rd.
That's the MTRP?
I don't know what it is. I
That's a
mean,
new case?
I was incarcerated in Montgomery County.
I know, but I mean, I'm just saying that's when the warrant came out.
Yeah, it was issued on August 23rd.
She can,
Stevens' court.
What's the date of the auction?
she don't, do you know? I don't know.
It's March
Have-
29, 2019.
March 2019, it's a possession case.
I don't know.
It is.
That's what I'm on probation for.
There's 2 possessions.
You got 2 possession cases?
No, I only have one. I have one and I'm doing.
So that must be a brand new case.
Oh,
Well, let
the
me,
first one was refused, sir. Yeah, so there's.
let me put my case with the felony case then, Judge, and then with her, getting this. new
They
case-
don't have a date. She gonna have to go in, they're gonna have to, you
Well,
know,
look, how about this, Judge? Any magistrate can arraign her, because JPs do it all the time. And
yeah, but I
when you
mean,
get a
she got to be
No,
taken
she's
into
in
custody.
No, she's in custody now. And I'm
Yeah,
saying
but I mean, but
Can
at
you-
this point, it's out of Judge Stevens' court. I'm not gonna set Judge Stevens' bond.
Bond, right.
Right.
Well, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. Then. While she's here, do you mind if I?
You can go down
be
there. I mean, you can go visit with the it's
To see if
12.
they'll set up a bond?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, he's gonna,
they saying you got a new case that was in 2019. Isn't that right, Ms. Maxey? You said
So what
2019?
day for,
Yeah, March 29.
so what am I on probation for? What day was that? Because that's the only thing I have.
I don't know.
And I've been paying my probation fees.
I have no idea. Just, they're gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time for them to look into, when I say time, they might be able to find out something in the next few minutes. But just go with the bailiff for right now, and then if you need to go down the hall and check, you can do that.
Let's see if I can get
I have my cards outside, my phone. I mean, can you come get my purse or something?
Who?
He's out there.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
You work it, yeah.
Step back there.
Huh? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
November 19th.
Then my last case is Eduardo Casino.
You got trustee Butcher too.
Butcher, I was gonna ask you to reset that one. I haven't.
Wow. Okay, let's,
Yeah, I haven't had it in.
Eduardo Casiano. Would you go get, yeah, see if you can get both your clients to come in. Oh, 1 hour MTRP? Oh.
Guys, eating in the corner.
a signature at 1:30, just to let you know.
Okay. We waiting. Ms. Adams, the coordinator needs you to sign something.
Oh, okay.
Eduardo Cassiano? Okay, this is cause number 325624. Case is style of State of Texas versus Eduardo Cassiano. Is that your full name, Mr. Cassiano? How are you doing, Mr. Cassiano?
Pretty good.
That's good, Mr. Cassiano. You're represented here by your attorney, Mr. Langston Adams. Mr. Adams, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Cassiano's case?
He's seen the video trial document.
You're resetting for trial. Give us a trial date.
Right. No problem. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, your case is gonna be reset to January 31st, Mr. Cassiano. You can stand over there. Your attorney, Mr. Adams, would you please go sign the reset so he can get his reset?
Hey. You gotta get them, so we can dismiss them.
Oh, that's fine. But go ahead on and sign the reset so Mr. Adams, sign the reset so he can leave over there.
Okay, no
to
problem. And
pay.
then Butcher is the last one.
Yeah, I know.
You ready? Sign.
Tracy Butcher. Tracy Butcher.
Yeah.
We're in session of calls number 326208. Case is style of State of Texas versus Tracy Leanne Butcher. Tracy Leanne Butcher was scheduled to be in court for the court's announcement docket, which is scheduled at 9 a.m. on today's date of October 4th of 2021. At or about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called Tracy Butcher's name at the courthouse door. She has not answered. She has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. And the court's bailiff again called Ms. Butcher's name at 12:12 p.m. on today's date. The time now is 12 12:13 on today's date, 12:13 p.m. And Ms. Butcher did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Ms. Butcher an opportunity to appear in court. Ms. Butcher has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
The state will move for bond forfeiture at this time, Your Honor.
That motion will be granted. A warrant shall be issued for the arrest of trustee Butcher, and a warrant and her bond shall be forfeited in clause number 326208. Okay?
I think that concludes all mine.
Yes. This time we'll call Jason Doyle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, hold on, Mr. Doyle. Thanks for being patient with us, Mr. Doyle. This is cause number 324022. Case is style of State of Texas versus Jason Lynn Doyle. Mr. Doyle is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Doyle, how are you doing?
I'm all right, yourself?
Doing fine. Mr. Doyle, your attorney, Mr. Alwyn Samuel is present. Mr. Samuel, how are you doing? Okay. Mr. Samuel, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Doyle's case?
I haven't attended to Mr. Doyle, so I need to have an opportunity to visit with Mr. Doyle.
Okay, so how much time you need?
A regular reset would be fine now.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Doyle, your case is gonna be reset to November 8th. Stay in contact with your attorney.
I need to see him.
And your attorney just said that he needs to see you. Stay in contact with your attorney. Does he have your contact info?
I live in Deer Park, Your Honor.
What did you say?
I live in Deer Park, outside of Houston.
I understand.
He needs to, we can FaceTime, but.
Okay, he said y'all can FaceTime. He said call his office and he'll set it up. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Doyle, again, thanks for being patient with us. Your case is reset to November 8th, 2021. Stay in contact with your attorney. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
3 hours. Yeah. I mean, I guess it is what it is. How did I get turned off?
Joseph Brown.
Outside, John. Mr. Brown has a pending felony that is.
I see it's set for next year, March 7th, 2022. Okay, this is cause number 325978, case of style of State of Texas versus Joseph Jamal Brown. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Brown? That's good. Mr. Brown, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Alwyn Samuel. And Mr. Samuel has informed the court that you have a felony case and you're represented by Kevin Lane, attorney Kevin Lane in that case. And so let's give him no, that's 5 months from now. Let's give him a reset about 60 days from now. December 6th? Okay, your case is going to be reset December 6th. December 6th. Yeah, stay in contact with your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, he's going to sign over there. You'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you need Mr. Samuel to sign?
Yes, sir.
The next person is Kenneth Washington. Mr. Bailiff, would you please get, it's a dismissal? Okay. She said it's a dismissal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sign it right now. Oh, hold on, let me
Hasn't
see.
brought down the receipt yet. I'm gonna dismiss it.
Yeah, she gotta bring down the receipt, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Washington's. Okay, that, you got his dismissal, Mr. Samuel.
Yeah.
That's the dismissal on Washington.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's see. Oh.
Someone taking in custody.
Oh, okay. We're in session of cause number 320196, a case style of state of Texas versus Yolanda Danielle Pollard. How you doing, Ms. Pollard?
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. Pollard. You're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Alvin Samuel. Mr. Bailey, is that right?
No, it's not confirmed.
It's not?
She bonded out, she bonded
I
out.
bonded out Saturday.
Saturday.
Oh, okay.
I bonded out Saturday.
Okay, I just saw that. Okay, bonded out. Okay, Ms. Pollard, now, Mr. Samuel, what is your announcement in Ms. Pollard's case?
Yeah, we have an offer. She wants to pay the fine. She's gonna pay restitution, and then there was an agreement to dismiss the case. And she had to use that money on the bond,
Okay.
so we're requesting at least 60 days.
Okay, pay restitution?
Yes.
And it's gonna be like a restitution for dismissal or
Yes, Your
something?
Honor.
Okay, give us a reset date, 60 days reset.
60 days.
Okay, that's enough?
Could
Okay,
could that be after the first?
Okay.
Rather than December?
you wanna do it January?
Yes,
something?
sir.
Okay. What's that date? January 3rd?
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, you are.
January the 3rd.
What'd you say?
January the 3rd.
Okay, it's gonna be reset to January 3rd of 2022. It's gonna say restitution to be dismissed. Okay. Ms. Pollard, your attorney is gonna get you a reset. Once you sign your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, you too.
All right. And Mr. Samuel, once you get your reset, I think this is your last case.
That's it.
Okay, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, Mr. Kimler. Orta, Stephanie Orta. Okay, Mr. Bailiff is going to get Stephanie Arthur. And Eduardo Rocha.
Okay, you can sign for me.
Big Rocha too. Rocha also. Rocha. Rocha.
Okay, we're in session in cause number 327317. Case of style of state of Texas versus Stephanie Marie Arda. Is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Miss Arda?
Doing well.
That's good. Miss Arda, you're here represented by your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimler. Mr. Kimler, how are you doing?
Fine,
That's good. Mr. Kimler, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Miss Arda's case?
she's on the trial docket, Your Honor.
No, she's on pretrial
On
conference
pretrial?
docket.
Oh, I take that. I was set it for trial.
Okay. Give us a trial date.
January 31st.
January 31st of 2021. Oh, excuse me, 2022. Ms. Order, you're gonna get, your case is being reset to the trial docket for January 31st of 2022. You stand over there, Mr. Kimler, you gotta sign the reset. Sign the reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Stay in contact with the attorney and your bondsman.
Mr. Roach is here also. Your Honor.
Mr. Eduardo Rocha. This is cause number 327885, State of Texas versus Eduardo Rodriguez Rocha. How are you doing, Mr. Rocha? I'm doing fine. Mr. Rocha, you represented by your attorney,
Kimler.
Wright Kimler. I'm just looking here. Do we have bond conditions in this case?
It's a 2018 or 2019 case. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I know. I'm thinking, but it was a it was transferred from County Court of Law number 3. You done? Okay. Mr. Rocha. Oh, wow. Let's see, Rocha. Oh, Trina, did you make a copy of this? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kimler, would you please just get us to your client, Mr. Rocha?
You want to sign it, return?
No, that's his copy. I'm gonna go over it with him. Those are standard bond conditions. Okay, Mr. Rocha, these are what is called standard bond conditions in County Court at Law number 2. I will go over these bond conditions with you. Okay, so just, you can look at it, I'll go over which is, the title is Standard Bond Conditions in County Court at Law number 2. Following the arrest and or accusation in County Court at Law number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, all bail bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein or order subject to the following additional conditions. Number 1, the defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition? Do you understand that condition? You have to speak up. Do you understand that condition?
Oh, yes.
All right. Now, condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who, A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs or alcohol in the defendant's body, and that's pursuant to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.44, Section A2 and Section C2. Do you understand that condition?
Yes.
And condition number 3, the defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim of the pending offense, and the defendant shall not go near any residence, school, or other location frequented by the alleged victim. Do you understand that condition?
Yes.
Okay, and condition number 4 does not apply to you because that only applies in a DWI case. Your case is not a DWI case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now, Ms. Rocha, if you violate any one of these conditions, your bond may be revoked. And if your bond is revoked, then that simply means that a warrant will be issued for your arrest to have you placed in the Jefferson County Jail. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Kimler, you have an announcement you'd like to make in Mr. Rocha's case. This case is on the pretrial conference docket. Trial. Okay, give us the trial date. Okay, this case is gonna be reset to January 31st of 2022 for trial. Mr. Rocha, your attorney is gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, you have Mr. Matuska.
Yes, sir. Brian Davis. They did actually filed a motion for continuance. on
Mr.
that.
Matuska, Brian Davis, please come forward. Is that Mr. Davis? I didn't see, did he announce?
He was here, Judge, I don't know. If he doesn't know, Secretary of he was here.
I thought he's. Okay. This is cause number 319900, case of style of the state of Texas versus Brian Davis. Mr. Davis, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Davis?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for being patient with us this morning, Mr. Davis. Your case is set on the court's trial docket. State you filed a motion for continuance.
Yes, sir.
And the defense, you have any objections?
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that motion will be granted. Case will be reset, give us a reset date, keep it on the trial docket. Is that correct, Mr. Matuska?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I need to sign that. January 31st, case reset January 31st of 2022. Mr. Davis, you can get your reset. Your attorney gonna sign your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Your Honor, I believe it's all I have.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Matuska, you're free to go as well and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, did, Mr. Adams, did, Denisha Cormier?
I submitted this as just, so you're
Oh, you did? Was, Curtis Lewis a bond forfeiture? No, that, Curtis Lewis, that was a bond forfeiture?
Yeah, he didn't show up.
Okay.
He's not in.
Oh, I need to sign the dismissal. Okay, we got Mr. Don't sign. And that was on, Cormier. Dismissal is coming off on Cormier. Wester. Emmett Young. Mr. John Trimble. Who's the prosecutor? Okay. This is cause number 327-802, State of Texas versus John Paul Trimble Jr. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Trimble?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Trimble, you represented by attorney, right, Mr. Kimball. What is your announcement?
It's still a trial.
Trial? Are you announcing ready?
I gotta pick a jury at 1:30.
Oh.
But other than that, I'm ready.
Okay, so if that doesn't, okay, we'll say ready. Now, if your attorney picks a jury in another court, he can't be in two places at the same time, which means that this case is gonna be reset, okay? But we'll know that tomorrow because we set to pick a jury on our case tomorrow at 1:30, okay?
All right. We'll
So,
know this afternoon if I pick one.
yeah, just let us know. And then your case you'll hear from your attorney whether or not your case is reset. You're free to go. You have a blessed day. Urshika Mallet.
Pronounce your first name, please.
Oh, it's Yushika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. How you doing? And your last name is Mallet?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Non-felon.
Oh. Okay.
Willful, Connie.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm glad you said. Miss Mallet, this is cause number 328256, case of style of the state of Texas versus Yushika S. Mallet. Miss Mallet, your case is on the court's trial docket. How are you doing?
All right, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Now, Mr. Rife Kimberly, it's the same announcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Kimberly is set to pick a jury in a felony case this afternoon at 1:30. But if that case doesn't go, then your case is gonna be on our trial docket for tomorrow at 1:30. Okay? Now, if he actually goes, he'll call you and let you know you won't have to come, okay? So right now, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
What, we'll go ahead and do
245 1606.
16.
245 1606.
Okay, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Corey Adams? Okay, how you doing, Mr. Adams? That's good. Mr. Adams, your case is cause number 328640, set on the court's trial docket. Mr. Rife Kimler is scheduled to pick a jury in a felony case at 1:30 this afternoon. However, if he doesn't pick a jury in that case, then he'll be set in trial in this case with one of these. You got one of these three cases. So stay in contact with your attorney. Your attorney will let you know whether or not you need to show back up here tomorrow at 1:30.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right, you're free to go. You have a blessed day.
That's what's your name?
I'm getting my phone from my phone about 365.
Okay.
All right, you're free to go.
No, 19.
David Hernandez, that's it for you.
Did I have a Lenny Williams?
Hold on a minute. He said he had a Lenny Williams.
This is a 2-week-old printout, so maybe.
Lenny Williams.
Not sure it's his attorney.
Hold on, let me find out. What page is he? Oh, he's on the last page. Yeah, you are. This is cause number 329728, case style state of Texas versus Lenny James Williams. How you doing, Mr. Williams?
I'm all right, sir. You?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Williams, you're represented by your attorney, Mr. Kimler. Mr. Kimler, I see that he has a felony case set for trial on November 15th of 2021. But that's on our docket sheet. It's in the 252nd District Court. You like to have this case set on the same day?
Yes, you just said it the same day.
Okay, we're gonna reset his case till November 15th of 2021. You go ahead and get his reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, Mr. Williams, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, this is cause number 328778. Case is style of state of Texas versus David Hernandez. We have Mr. Hernandez appearing in court with his attorney, Mr. Gilthorpe. And Mr. Gilthorpe, what is your announcement in Mr. Hernandez case?
We're ready on that one.
State?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Ready? Okay. Mr. Gilthorpe, actually, he's the last one on the docket. We have to go through a bunch of cases to get to him. But you will have you on standby for 1:30 tomorrow. Yeah, okay.
I'll let him.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. You ready on Pinckney? Not yet? Okay. No, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start on get the plea out of, get an announcement out of the way. There we go. John Mack. Would you please call John Mack? He's on the bottom of the second page of the trial docket. That's Lenny Williams. Who's a prosecutor? This is cause number 327628. Case style of State of Texas versus John Keith Mack Jr. Is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Mack?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
That's good. Mr. Mack, you represented here by your attorney, Antoine Freeman. Attorney Freeman, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing fine. So Freeman, do you have an announcement you'd like to make?
Judge, I'm really not ready today. I guess if push came to shove and the court insisted, then I could probably, we're gonna pick a jury tomorrow. Will we pick it tomorrow?
The state, what's your announcement?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, if we pick a jury, it'll be tomorrow at 1:30. Okay, so we'll just anticipate y'all getting back at 1:30, unless we tell y'all otherwise.
1:30 tomorrow?
Yeah, to 1:30 tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, what you got?
Municipal court tomorrow at 1:30. If I'd like to know if I'm going, I need to be able to tell the court.
We don't know, I mean, right now, we got, let me do this here. Let me look at this, so we got one.
Like I said, I'm really not ready, but if the court insisted.
I mean, it's your announcement. I mean, the court can make your announcement if you're ready or not ready. I mean, that's.
Well, then that's the case, then I'm not ready unless
The state doesn't have an objection to a continuance in this case, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want to do an oral continuance?
Yes, yes, Judge, yes.
Okay, so that's,
And it doesn't have to be a long one, Judge. It's not a difficult case.
okay, well. The
And it was
continuance.
30 days where we can talk, we could be ready.
What, let me see, this is, we in October now, so. That'll be, have to be some, you talking about somewhere in this, I mean, November?
That's fine. If we don't have to, I don't need a lot of time. It's not that difficult. The issues are not that difficult.
November 8 or the 15th
8 or the 15th, November 8 or November 15th,
or the 29th.
or the 29th.
The 8th is fine, the 15th is fine. And what other day?
29th.
And the 29th is Hanukkah, so that's fine. It doesn't matter whichever one.
Just give him the, put him on the 8. How many got on that?
We got a lot on all of them.
Oh,
So it's like-
put him on the, maybe the 15th. Okay, you could get your reset. What was that date again? 15th?
15.
Okay, get your reset. Once you get your reset, Mr. Freeman, you'll be free to go. I think that's your last case, isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
I believe so.
Okay. I already signed that dismissal on Cormier, right? Forty-two, 66, and 92. All right. We're in session in 4 cases. First case is cause number 321-542. Second case is cause number 322-566. Third case is cause number 328-390. And the fourth case is cause number 328-392. All 4 cases are style of state of Texas versus Dennis Lee Pickney. Mr. Pickney, is that your full name? Okay, Mr. Pickney, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Pickney, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Pickney? You doing all right? That's good. Mr. Pickney, you're here with your attorney Don Boudreaux. Attorney Boudreaux, how are you doing?
Yes, fine, sir.
That's good. Mr. Boudreaux, do you waive a record in Mr. Pickney's cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pickney, in cause number 321-542, I have an information that alleges that on or about October 3rd of 2018, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of evading arrest detention. Mr. Pickney, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Pickney, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Guilty. Now, let's see. Mr. Pickney, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you're guilty? Yes? Okay, Mr. Pickney, I have before me a document that is titled the Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. On page 1 of this document, there, do you recognize this document? You do? And on page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials DP on the line that's next to a box that's check guilty. Are these your initials? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Did you sign this document? And on the next document is the trial court certification to defendant's right of appeal. Okay, he didn't finish signing his signature on this one. It just has Dennis. It might have came off. He has to just sign his last name. You want to hand it to him? Where it says Dennis, he has. Okay. Mr. Pickney, I have before me a document that's titled Trial Court Certification Defendant's Right of Appeal that you acknowledge. You recognize this document? Is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant? There are two boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you are waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that? Mr. Pickney, I also have before me a document that is titled the Discovery Certification. Mr. Pickney, do you recognize this document? Is this your signature on the line that is titled Defendant? Now, Mr. Pickney, prior to signing and initialing these documents that I've just mentioned, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit Number 1. State, you'd like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Boudreaux?
No, sir.
No objection. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Boudreaux, you've advised and counseled Mr. Pickney. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, sir.
Mr. Pickney, your attorney, Mr. Boudreaux, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Pickney, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in Mr. Pickney's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for 180 days, probated over 1 year, a $500 fine, 40 hours community service, and that's to run concurrent with clause numbers 322, 566, and clause number 328, 392, and clause number 21-36314, and the dismissal of clause number 328, 390.
Okay, could you repeat what they're running concurrent with?
Clause number 321542.
Hold on. Oh, 321.
That's this case. Clause number 322566.
Okay,
328-392
328-392.
and 21-36314.
Okay, 21-36314. And you're dismissing clause number
328390.
328390. Okay. Okay, Mr. Pickney, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail in this case because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $307, which comes to a total of $807. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 each month, a urinalysis fee of $15 each month. You'll also be required to reimburse the court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. The total amount of the monthly installments that you will have to pay in this case is $175 per month. Mr. Pickney, will you be able to pay the $175 per month? You will? Let me do this here. Wait up. Is he's gonna be on felony probation too?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's on felony probation.
Currently?
Yes, sir. The guy put on about 2 or 3 weeks.
How long is that felony probation?
6 years.
Okay. The $60 probation fee, in this case, he won't have to pay it because he already be on felony probation, okay?
I don't believe they pay the repeated urinalysis fee either. that's on there. I think they only paid the one time.
Okay, well, let me do this here. Okay. The total amount of the fines that is in this judgment is $175 per month. Now, you stated that you'll be able to pay that, is that correct? But I must inform you that because you're already on probation for the felony case, you will not be paying the $60 per month in this case. So it's gonna be reduced by $60. And if there's a urinalysis fee that you're paying in the other case, you won't be paying it in this case as well. So in essence, your probation fees will more likely be reduced by $75 per month. So in essence, you'll be paying about $100 per month instead of the $175. But the probation office will make that adjustment when they see it. Do you understand that? All right. Now, you'll also be required to perform 40 hours of community service, and the state will be dismissing cause number 328390. And this case is going to run concurrent, which means at the same time with cause number 322566, cause number 328392, and cause number 21-36314. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Pinckney, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case will be, is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Pinckney, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Pinckney, we will move on to your next case. And your next case, Mr. Pinckney, is cause number 322566. And the information in this case, Mr. Pinckney, alleges that on or about March 31st of 2019, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of assault, family violence. Mr. Pinckney, do you understand? Now, Mr. Pinckney, this information alleges that this assault, family violence occurred on or about March 31st, 2019, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas. Mr. Pinckney, do you understand what you've been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Pinckney, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you're guilty? Okay, Mr. Pinckney, I have before me another document which is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Mr. Pinckney, do you recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, Mr. Pinckney, there's a set of initials DP on the line next to the box that says check guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, Mr. Pinckney, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is that your signature? And on the next document, which is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, Mr. Pinckney, do you recognize this document? Is this your signature above the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Pinckney, there are 2 boxes that's checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you're waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that? And Mr. Pinckney, I also have before me a document that is titled the Discovery Certification. Mr. Pinckney, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Pinckney, prior to signing and initialing these documents, did your attorney, Mr. Boudreaux, go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? State, I have before me State's Exhibit number 1. State, you like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Boudreaux? No objection. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Boudreaux, you're advising counsel, Mr. Pinckney, in this case. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, sir.
Mr. Pinckney, your attorney, Mr. Boudreaux, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Okay, Mr. Pinckney, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is for 180 days, probated over 1 year, a $500 fine, 40 hours community service, anger management, and no contact with April Perkins. And that is to run concurrent with cause number 321542
321.
and 328-392 and 21-36314. And the state is,
21-363.
and the state's dismissing 328-390.
Okay, let me see, dismissing. Okay. Mr. Pickney, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail, but you will not have to serve the time in Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 for court costs. And the court cost is $307. And the total fine and court cost is $807. You'll also be required to reimburse Jefferson County Court appointed attorney's fees of $50. Now, your total monthly installments in this case is $95. Mr. Pickney, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
You think the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Pickney, will you be able, first of all, will you be able to pay the $95 each month?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Pickney, you'll also be required to perform 40 hours of community service. You'll be required to pay a fine of $100 to the Family Violence Center in Jefferson County. This case will run concurrent with cause number 321542, cause number 328-392, and cause number 21-36314. You will be required to complete an anger management class as a condition of your probation. You cannot have any contact with April Perkins. And cause number 328-390 will be dismissed, and you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. Mr. Perkins, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
You will? Okay, Mr. Perkins, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. At the end, I'm gonna do his next plea, then I'll go over that admonishment with him. I'm gonna do that after I finish the next plea. Okay, Mr. Pickney, your next case is cause number 328-392. And the case is styled the state of Texas versus Dennis Pickney Jr. And I have before me an information that alleges that on or about August 22nd of 2020, while you're in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the class A misdemeanor offense of evading arrest detention. Mr. Pickney, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Pickney, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
I'm guilty.
Now, you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you're actually guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Pickney, I have before me misdemeanor plea admonishments in your case, and it's also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. On page 1 of this document, Mr. Pickney, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, Mr. Pickney, there's a set of initials on the line that's next to box that's check guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On the next document, which is on the same document, page 3 of this document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Did you place your signature on this document?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, Mr. Pickney, which is a trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, did you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant? There are 2 boxes that are checked at the top of this document. The first box states that this is a plea bargain case. You have no right of appeal. Do you understand that? The second box states that you're waiving your right to appeal, which means you're giving up your right to appeal. Do you understand that? Okay. And Mr. Pickney, I also have before me the discovery certification. Mr. Pickney, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature above the line that's titled defendant? Now, Mr. Pickney, prior to signing and initialing these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Okay, State, do we have I have before me State's exhibit number 1. State, you'd like to offer State's 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections? No objections. State's exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Boudreaux, you have advised and counseled Mr. Pickney. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent in this case?
No, sir.
Mr. Pickney, your attorney, Mr. Boudreaux, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided a full, effective, and competent legal representation? Okay, Mr. Pickney, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea of guilty and waivers was freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that agreement?
The agreement is for 180 days, probated over 1 year, a $500 fine, and 40 hours community service. That's to run concurrent with cause number 321-542, 322-566, and cause number 21-36314. And the state is dismissing cause number 328390.
Okay, Mr. Pickney, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail, but you will not have to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail. In this case, because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, in this case, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $307, which comes to a total of fine and court costs of $807. You also have a urinalysis fee of $15 in here that you'll be required to pay. But I think that since you already paying a urinalysis fee, that'll be reduced. But in the judgment, it states that you have to pay a total monthly installments of $90. Would you be able to pay the $90 per month? You will? Okay, now that possibly bill will be reduced by $15, which means that it'll go down to $75. Okay. Now, also, you'll be required to perform 40 hours of community service. This case will run concurrent with cause number 321-542, cause number 322-566, and cause number 21-36314. And the state will be dismissing cause number 328-390. And you will also have to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Pickney, do you understand the state's offer? And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Pickney, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Pickney, and I am signing the dismissal in cause number 328390, and you'll be able to get a copy of this dismissal before you leave the courtroom. I'm signing it right now. Okay, now, Mr. Pickney, Cause number 322566 is a assault family violence case. And pursuant, go ahead and give him this here admonishment. And your attorney is handing you a model written admonishment on ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. So in accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Section 176.1, the court hereby admonish you or warns you of the following. Number one, you are by entry or order or judgment ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about the law, about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code, Section 46.013, firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have as an integral part a folding knife blade or characteristics of weapons made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, or two, a replica of an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if the replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are a starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure Article 17.292, Magistrate's Orders for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure Article 42.0131, Notice for persons convicted of misdemeanors involving family violence. Penal Code Section 46.02, Unlawful carrying weapons. Penal Code Section 46.04, Unlawful possession of firearm. Penal Code Section 25.07, violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence, child abuse and neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking case. Family Code Section 85.026, warning on protective order. Now, Mr. Pinckney, you can keep the copy of that written admonishment for your records. This will conclude your case. Now, Mr. Pinckney, please stand on the X next to the attorney. You're going to follow the directions of our court clerk. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Mr. Bill.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, and Mr. Singh, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear that you've never before been given deferred adjudication or regular probation for a felony or misdemeanor in this or any other state except for what's listed here? That's the other case. And then you swear nothing else is pending except for these which are also being taken care of. Okay, so these are all three of your cases, and you'll need to go to probation today. I'm sure you know that already. And they'll get with you on that.
We're in session at cause number 323-126, case of style of state of Texas versus Lester J. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, would you please come forward? Okay, how you doing there, Mr. Lewis? Now, Mr. Lewis, I see that your case was reset. I see it was back in June. Well, that may be an old note. Trina, could you check and see if you have a judge's explanation in his file? This is Mr. Lester Lewis, cause number 323-126. Okay. Okay, now, Mr. Lewis, have you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors? Well, first of all, I see you have a felony case set in December. And, excuse me, November the 15th. Do you want this case set on the same date with your felony? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna reset it on the same date of your felony. Your felony is November the 15th? It's not 350, it's 300.
I mean, I'm sorry, 300. 300.
Yeah, okay. Let's reset we're gonna reset this case to November 15th of 2021. Mr. Lewis, you can stand over there on the X in front of our coordinator. Once you get your reset, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. It's gonna be reset on the same day that you felony. This is cause number 327-408, case of South State of Texas versus Jalen Jabal January. Okay, Mr. January, I see we have a note on your doc that you supposed to hire an attorney. Have you hired your attorney?
Yeah, I see, I'm gonna talk to him tomorrow.
You have an appointment to talk to an attorney tomorrow? Okay, we're gonna reset your case for 30 days. Okay, once Mr. Lewis finish over there, you're gonna stand on the X and they'll reset your case as well. Okay, so you can just stand right there. Yes. You're gonna reset his case for 30 days to hire. This is cause number 329-378 and cause number 329-804. Both cases of style of state of Texas versus Emmanuel Castro. Mr. Castro, you come forward. Okay, Mr. Castro, I see you to have a note here that you used to hire an attorney in your cases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Now, Mr. Castro, I also see that you have a felony case that's set November the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Of 20. Okay. We're going to reset these two cases with that case. Is that okay? And you still have till that time to hire an attorney.
That's fine.
If you haven't hired one. Okay. Reset it on his case with the felony.
Yes.
Okay, the court is back in session. We back in session on our trial docket. And it's last case that we have set here is clause number 324699, State of Texas versus Curtis Marvin Lewis. Curtis Marvin Lewis was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. for the court's trial docket. His name was called at about 9 a.m. by the court's bailiff. He did not answer. He has not appeared in court since the court's been in session. The time now is 1:35 p.m. Mr. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Curtis Lewis? Curtis Lewis' name was just called again by the court's bailiff. Curtis Lewis did not respond when his name was called at the courthouse door by the court's bailiff. And Curtis Lewis has been given a reasonable time to appear in court. He has not appeared in court. State, you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will request a bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Warrant will be issued for the rest of Curtis Lewis, and his bond will be forfeited in clause number 324699. And this will conclude the calling of the court's trial docket, the court's pretrial conference and plea docket, and the court's announcement docket. All three dockets were scheduled for today, October 4th of 2021 at 9 a.m. in County Court at Law number 2, Jefferson County, Texas, Judge Terrence L. Holmes presided. Everyone, please have a blessed day.